Good to go. All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Board of Equalization, August 1st, 2023. We have a 1:30 appointment that has been withdrawn, and so we will be back at 1:50 for our hearing. So with that, we'll be taking a 20-minute break. All right. Thanks. We're ready. All right, being at 1:50, we'll go ahead and step into Board of Equalization hearing for Jerome Thomas Katz and Virginia Ann. So, Mr. Katz, come on down, sit there, grab a mic, pull it as close to you as you can, turn it on. And Leslie, how do you want to go about this? Do you want to provide your, okay. So Mr. Katz will go ahead and give you the opportunity to start.
Okay, I've been here before about my neighbor. I'm sure you remember. His name's Terry Belden. I've got an article here saying you dropped the suit against him 2 years ago, and because he cleaned his place up. He hasn't cleaned his place up, but I'm not even going to argue about that anymore. You obviously aren't going to do anything. However, you now say my property is worth $34,000 more than it was worth last year. It's not worth that. I wish it was. I wish you told me it was worth more, but not with this thing next door to me. We've been here before. I've gone to the health department, I've gone to the sheriff, and I've been here. Nothing has been done. According to this article out of the paper, you guys think it's cleaned up. I've got pictures proving it's not cleaned up.
Okay, so we're gonna keep this focused on just straight to the values of what's
Right,
here.
that's what
So
this
that's a
is about.
different property, that's kind of a land use issue. So we're not gonna really worry about land use issues right now. So what your determination is that you are saying that your property is not worth the value that was given by the assessor, correct? Okay, so I guess this is the time for you to present your facts of why it is not, or how it was done out of order.
Okay. Okay, the house is definitely worth it. The property is worth it. My shop is worth everything you say it is, except I couldn't sell it, not with the garbage next door to me. Now, if it's not saleable, you can't say it's worth it and that I should pay taxes. I mean, I know I gotta pay taxes, and I only pay 50% of the taxes anyway because of my age. But the idea is, I'm old and I've got a heart condition. When I die, my wife is gonna have to sell the place. She can't keep it. She can't even sell it with what's next door, or not. If she could, it would be for a fraction of what it's worth. So my argument is, if you can't sell it for what you guys say it's worth, why is it worth that amount of money?
So we're not saying what it's worth at all. We're not saying, so this is a valuation of property.
Right.
It's not fair market. It's not an appraised market value of the property. So if you were going to do that, you would have an appraiser come out and appraise it. You would list it, and it would go on the market at whatever that value you decided it was. I will almost assure you that it would not be at the amount that's on this.
Oh,
So
no,
this is just a valuation.
It's worth more than what you're saying here,
It's
absolutely.
worth substantially,
But
probably more than that.
what
So
I'm
this is
trying
just
to
a
do-
valuation of property, unless I'm way off base here, but this is nothing more than just the valuation of the property as it currently sits in its condition. It doesn't take in fact of your neighbor here. It's only done with the basis of of what they've done to comparables. Comparables was the word that I'm
Okay, if
looking
you
for.
have a 2023 Chevy pickup, book value is what book value is on it. If you smash up the front end, can you get book value for it?
Probably not.
Well, I can't get the value of my house because of what's next door. It's the same thing.
Have you had it appraised?
No,
Have you put it up for sale to see if you
no,
can
I
sell
don't
it?
want to sell it. What I want is, that what I'm trying to do is get on record about what's going on over there.
We understand, sir, and we get that. We're still dealing with the land use issues all over. And if something is changed down there, then we will look into that. But that's not what we're talking about land use today. We're talking about just this valuation. So the value, the value that's recommended today is $298,775. Correct?
I think it's worth way more than that.
Oh, I would tell you that it's probably worth 100% more than that. So I guess the presentation that you have to tell us is why it's the $298,000 would not be what it is. And in your own words, you just said that it is worth way more than that. So I
Yes,
think that
if it was saleable.
it is sellable. It is
Who
sellable.
wants to live next to a junkyard and multiple people living on that land selling drugs?
We will look into that, but there again, that's
I've
a,
already gone to Nowlin about it. I've gone to the health department because they don't have proper sewage, water, or electricity. Nobody has done anything, including you guys.
no, that's actually not true, sir, but that's a different issue, and I want to focus it just to the valuation of this property. So what do you have to present? And if you're done, then I'll give the assessor her time. But that's really what we're looking at, is just the presentation of the value.
Okay, well, then I just wasted my time here, didn't
No,
I?
I don't think you wasted your time at all, sir. We hear you loud and clear. You have an issue with the land use code and you want that property cleaned up. There are certain criteria through statute and through the court systems that we can and cannot do. We can't just go down there and seize a piece of property. We can't just go down there and invade another piece of property. There are rights that people have too. So please understand that. Everybody has a right, and that we have to deal within the law to deal with those rights. So I understand your frustration, but what we are looking at today is the value of $298,775. How does that not comply with what the assessor has done?
Then I'm out of place. I'm out of order and I give up.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, still
Do you
present,
you still want me to do my?
you still need to
Yes.
present your
Appraisal.
case and tell us how you came up with your numbers.
Yes, sir. All right, so I'm going to just go through my summary of salient facts for 6400 Road 21 in Cortez. Account number R011606. It sits on 14.19 acres. The assessor's value went out at $218,428. Taxpayers' estimation of value is $184,191. Based on my research and my comp workup, I'm going to recommend the value to the CBOE of $298,775. So just a quick description and my final estimate of value. The subject property is located off Road 21 in the Sage Hills subdivision within the Cortez Rural Economic Area, about 2 miles from the Cortez Municipal Airport in Cortez, Colorado. The home is a 1982 stick-built home with 1,688 square feet frame siding. There are 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. The property residence is valued at $79 a square foot currently. This value is based on a 35% external depreciation that was applied in 1999 because of the neighbor's less disciplined landscaping. The 14-acre lot is valued right around $83,778. Based off of sales collected during the 2023 revaluation, which is January 1st of 21 to June 30th of 22. The assessor's office mass appraisal value of $218,428 is substantially under market value. It is also to be noted, as previously stated, that on the owner's appeal, he would have no problem with our assessment if the land use code was enforced. I have no jurisdiction in that area. That's not my my department. So I'm recommending that the subject's appraisal value of the indicated median sales price of $298,775 be considered as the new value of account R11606. This recommendation is based on the fact that the property owner has never had it on the market, so there's no proof that the neighbors are hindering a sale of any kind. I got 3 comps within a 1.25 square mile radius, falls within the subject property and the 3 comps. I tried to get some older houses and newer houses to show the market what it's reflecting. So comp 1 is a 2014 1,600 square foot home. It has forced air, so I did my adjustments based off of course, off the subject. So I tweaked it to make the comp 1 the subject, as close to the subject as possible, with all the 35% dump depreciation is what I'm calling it, is taking $72,503 exactly off of Mr. Katz's property. So that was a big deduction off comp 1's sales price. Comp 2's pretty much the same, except it's a 2009, sold for $340,000 in August of 21. Comp 3 was the oldest one, older than our subject property. It's a 1966, 1,200 square foot home that sold for $251,000 in February of 21. So there were a lot of additions to that sales price, and so I just took the median sales price off of this for the indicated value, and then I did an adjustment on the for the land as well, and then that's where I came up with the $298,775 on that.
Okay.
And that's pretty much basically what I got. His big thing was the neighbors, and he didn't present any evidence of them hindering the sale. So I did the discount was applied in 1999, and it's been on his property as far as I can see since then. So that's my, from the assessor's value of 218, my recommended is 298,775 with that external depreciation taken off for the neighbors. But that's.
So I guess my question is gonna be, how did you come up with the 35%
Um,
depreciation? Because,
So I didn't put it on there. Whoever applied that, I didn't discover it until I started researching his account. And in our Marshall and Swift tables, there was a 35% external depreciation on there. And through the account remarks and notes, it was determined in 1999 when Mr. Katz went to the CBOE for the same, at that time I think it was Blackmore. He went there for that same reason, septic, trashy, that's those words from that note. And at that time, they put the external depreciation on there. That's the only way, that's all I know that was applied to that. So it was external depreciation is something that we can put on properties for if they live, next to a feed lot or something that, smell there,
right.
or sometimes unsightly stuff. But this has never been on the open market to prove to me as an appraiser that
This is
until you put it on the market and get feedback from potential buyers or something that, hey, I'm not gonna pay that because look at your neighbors, I don't feel that it's,
Sure.
that it's fair or needs to be there.
No, I was just curious on the 35%, because that's a pretty large, that's a big percentage.
And that's how I feel as well. And I think, with that, with the,
So the 298 is pretty fair and reasonable then?
I
You have
feel,
a
I feel
70
it is.
almost $73,000
Yes, sir.
devaluation just
Yeah.
because of that.
Yeah, that was the biggest one.
Okay. Questions, gentlemen? We don't have,
That depreciation, is there more of those out there?
There are,
Okay.
and it's,
Is there any comparables to sales that you can see?
none that I look
Okay.
for. It was the big, I've never seen, there's never been any evidence. I've seen some sales where I question what they were living next to and why they bought that. And I've never seen anything that, in the past 4 years, that would say that an external depreciation was warranted. Now, there's extreme depreciations on the home itself where, you know, the roof hasn't been taken care of, there's holes, there's termites, something like that. And that's more of a obsolescence type of thing. So, with the external depreciation on there and no evidence to back up the hindering of a sale, I don't feel that it's needed.
okay.
Because we always
Fair
have
enough.
people saying, you know, that the neighbors, you know, lessens the price of their home. We need, I mean,
Yeah, and
we haven't found that to be true
no, and
yet.
I've been doing this for almost a decade, and I've never seen, I've seen some instances, yes, but nothing that they have proof if they're gonna
Yeah.
have that, hey, the realtor said it won't sell because of these people we were under contract, but they backed out once they saw what the neighbors have a live band every Friday night or something. Like, that's about the only time I've seen that. I've not seen it where,
I have one of those.
Give them the band discount.
Okay, then I guess we will go with your recommendation. I don't know, I think that's all we need to do at this point in time, Ian. Let's just go with the recommendation of the,
That's correct.
okay.
Yep.
Then we will keep the recommendation at the assessed, or the value recommended at the 298,775. And actually, I'm 1 minute ahead, so I'm okay. Anything else you would like to add to that? All right. So let me just make some clarifications here. Obviously, we only have one person in the public, but this is strictly a BOE hearing, a Board of Equalization hearing. We're not talking about land use. We're not talking about anything else other than valuations of properties for what the assessor and classifications has done. That's all. Everything else is relevant to a Board of County Commissioners hearing, which we deal with land use at that present time. So. We'll wait a couple minutes. So he did bring up that property about, is that, do we need to go back down and inspect that So it has changed. There wasn't a fence around it when we left it.
So it's, aerial then to now.
Yeah, the previous Marty Blackmore was.
It is 210, sir.
Okay, being at 2:10, we will start our next hearing. We have Mr. Alan Mays at 2:10. And we will jump right into this. Again, Mr. Mays, you will have your opportunity to present, and then we'll give the assessor their time to present.
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss with you. I'm not here to argue the land use code or my neighbor's property at all. What they do on their property is theirs, and there's no live bands that are going on out there. I would like to complain about the prairie dog issue in the county, but that's another thing that we have to deal with. My reason for being here is the valuation. And I don't mind paying property tax, but that's what this valuation impacts, is my property tax. And so that's why I'm here. The valuation the previous valuation I thought was high, but I didn't argue it because, again, I understand that we have property taxes that we're supposed to pay, and so I just let that go. But this jump this time was more than I wanted to see, and so that's why I'm protesting this. My original protest was just to send in, well, actually, I didn't even send in the card. I called the assessor's office, said I wanted to protest the valuation, that the valuation from the previous year, while not great in my opinion, was more than enough for me and my property taxes that I have to deal with. So I got a valuation return saying that the decision of the valuation had not changed. What I asked for then was, well, how did you come up with the valuation? What were the determiners that made that evaluation? I know what occurred in 2021, 22. There were properties being sold in the county that were sight unseen. People got the message, get out of California, get out of whatever city they could, and so properties were selling at a higher valuation. The state also intervened and said we've got to do something in Colorado, and so the valuations are going to go up, and that's exactly what happened. My questions of what comparables were used, I explained that my property has not changed, not one little bit over the years. I'm improving the inside of the house for just those aesthetics, and so we have a better life inside the home. As far as outside, no, there's been no changes. So I don't know how that occurred other than sales around, and I don't have any, I can't think of any comparables that match my property, my house, and for this valuation. And that's what I asked for, and I never did get any response to that, except that your valuation is this and it stands. So that's my reason for being here. I didn't get the answers that I wanted.
Well, then we will give the assessor the opportunity to give you those comps and those valuations of what they use. So hopefully this will answer your questions.
Thank you.
So the property use is ag residential, site address is 21693 Road 21 in Lewis, Colorado. Parcel number 5341-251-00077. Account number R000998. Land area is 158.78 acres. Improvement size, main home 1,139 square foot with a 1,325 square feet of agricultural buildings. Original value for 2023 was $155,638. Taxpayers' estimated value is $111,834. And as far as a recommended value to the CBOE, I don't have one today. Subject property is located in Lewis, Colorado. Agricultural land valued at $12,390,000. Residential valued at $132,205. ag buildings valued at $11,043. Owner denied the assessor's office permission to do a site visit for the CBOE hearing. As the assessor, I do not feel comfortable giving my opinion of value on a subject I cannot inspect. Therefore, all my estimations for this hearing are average for the neighborhood that the subject property resides in. That neighborhood is 3130, and there were 7 cells that were used during the data collection period of 1/1 of 21 to 6/30 of 22. Even though this property receives agricultural classification on the land, the sales comparison mass appraisal approach is still used to determine the residential value. The average sale price for this neighborhood is $306,143, and the average square foot price for the residential models is $153 a square foot. If the average price per square foot were applied to this property with no adjustments for year built or condition, because I wasn't able to visit, the value of the residence would be $174,267. Adding the land and buildings back in, total estimate would be $197,700, sorry.
What was that number? 179?
$197,700. And I do have, you guys have the attached copies of the cells I used for the averages too.
Okay, so Mr. Mays, does that answer your question as far as the sale dates for the properties that were listed, and the values? So one sold in April, one sold in February, one sold in May, one sold in August, April again, June, and then December. So the valuations of the properties range from 112 a square foot to 240 a square foot, which is where she came up with her average of the 153.
So I wasn't aware of these comparables and what was used, but the sale dates are, as I said, 21, 22, and we know what occurred during those years for sales. I know of a property that's on 21 in W that nobody would have locally that needed to buy a home would have paid those prices. These were folks that came into the area buying property, and the values, the sale prices are and have been inflated. I know of a property that was, again, another mile away. They listed it. It's a nice property. It's a brand new home. They listed it for a high price. They got the price, but they had to take it back. Some of that is people can't afford these things. They learn where they're going to be living. I don't feel that these comparables match anything of my home. The outbuildings that were talked about, again, those are aerial views. They would know that it's an old farmstead. Some of those outbuildings aren't outbuildings. There are remains of outbuildings that haven't been cleaned up. The barn wood needs to be saved, but those I don't feel can be even used to show the valuation here. So that's my argument on some of the property, and then also on the local sales. There's nothing comparable to what I have. Really, there isn't. What I'm looking at is an older home that's being taken care of. But that's I'm not arguing that the property could not be sold for a lot. I know that the property can be sold for a lot. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing that I want to pay a fair property tax. That's all I'm arguing.
So we don't have a determination yet. If I read this correctly, we don't even have a
I
determination yet.
don't have a determination due
So-
to the fact I don't feel comfortable giving you one based on the fact I didn't get to lay eyes on the property,
Mhm.
because I don't know what the quality is of his home, outbuildings, anything, I don't know.
So is there a reason for the denial?
Yes.
Okay.
There was plenty of time to give an answer of how the valuation occurred. If the property hadn't been visited, how were the valuations done? That's my question. There wasn't any request for a visit prior to any of these valuations. This request for a visit came after my third protest to be here.
Okay.
And just to be fair, denial of being on the property, I have a lock gate. I have a lock gate because I'm a quarter mile off of the county road. I don't let just anybody come onto the property, and that was my response to the assessor, that, no, there's no reason to come now, since I'm protesting this, to the Board of Equalization.
Okay,
Can I speak to that, please?
sure.
The reason that I called Mr. Mays to ask for a site valuation is because that is our opportunity to go to each individual site that is protesting the CBOE. When we value the county, we value in a mass appraisal approach. We don't go to each account. We have 16,000 accounts. We don't visit each one of them in a reappraisal year. We do it with mass appraisal, which is why we use the comparable sales for the neighborhoods. That's how we come up with our value. And his land is agriculturally valued, a whole separate situation from his house.
I'm not arguing the land
Cor-
at all.
Correct, and I got that, because it was only like $12,000 or something. So, what you used for your valuation. So, here, today, we're here, did you get all your questions answered, first of all?
That there were some comparables, as far as got answers, not satisfaction.
At least you didn't use Oliver's across the highway.
That's
Well,
the one that was taken back.
Yeah.
And the price on it was, here, let's sell it for this. And damn if they didn't sell it.
Well,
But then it
they're
went
all
back.
selling.
Yeah.
Everything in this county is selling, and it's being sold. I mean, it's capitalism. People are gonna sell things for what
And
they
if-
can get.
And if I put mine on the market, that's what I'd be doing too, but it's not.
Sure, you wouldn't
It's not
be-
to be on the market.
You wouldn't be valuing it at
So-
197.
So I'm not arguing
I will assure you that.
I'm not.
So
I'm
you-
arguing the fair tax, and that's what this
Sure.
does.
So the
Yeah.
comps, here's what she used for the comps. She's told you how they do it as a mass appraisal. And I guess, what was your other question?
I lost it in translation there, but.
Okay, but-
The comparables is pretty much it, and how that valuation from any comparable could have touched my place for evaluation.
Because you still have to have your value increased or decreased based off of the market because you have a residential house.
Yes.
So
And
the
that-
rest of your property isn't touched with that evaluation, but your residential portion of it is, along with everyone else in the county.
And that's where I'll use the term that's thrown out there, the administrative state is doing this to us.
But
We-
it-
And
But
it's
if you look at the
hurting our
value,
workforce a lot.
if you look at the value, $153 a square foot is what she used as the basis, that's pretty reasonable.
He's
That's actually
currently-
extremely reasonable.
He's currently valued at $116 a square foot.
The
on his current-
153 was total.
Yeah, that
So
was the total average.
$116 a square foot, Mr. Mays, with all due respect, I'm going to tell you that you can't put anything together,
And I'm
even
not trying
purchase the
to.
materials. So the valuation of the $116 a square foot for the residential property is an extremely reasonable number, and she showed to you the comps that she's used.
Right.
So,
So I'll look at these comps, and I
Sure.
don't know if they have anything on here that tells me where they are, how close they were to me, what their descriptions are, that I can say, oh yeah, this meets, it's on 160 acres, it's got a 1,100 square foot home, it's got a metal roof, oh yeah, these are comparables, but I don't know that that's what these are. I don't have anything to go off of except these numbers.
You can't take the land into any consideration at all. You have to look at the house on-
Right.
Okay.
on this situation.
So I threw the 160 acres that's sitting on it, but that has my value or someone else that comes into it. But again, the price per square foot is only if it were for sale or if I was trying to build a home out there. I'm not trying to do that at all. It's an old farmhouse. I want a fair tax on that old farmhouse. That's all.
okay, so I'm gonna give you, well, I'm not gonna give you an opinion, I'm just gonna give you a realization that $116 a square foot, you can't buy nothing. So
And I
the
know that.
valuation
I know
is
that.
pretty fair. I mean, in my opinion, I'll let these gentlemen speak, but even looking at the comps, you're way below the average square foot value of $153. You're at 116. That's significantly lower. I would think that that's probably a pretty fair value
Okay. Again-
based on that. I'm just,
Again, I'm arguing what I'm gonna have to pay next spring for my
Aye,
taxes.
sure.
and
Now,
that's-
you also realize that the rates, your valuations went up, but the rates went down.
If you can show me that the state actually is doing that, then I'll be happy to buy.
Well, the rates at worst case scenario right now are at the 6.9 or 6.7. So they did go down. They went down from the 7.2, 2.5, whatever. So as the valuations went up, I get what you're saying. Mine went up 78%
And why? It's-
because of the value of the property that's being sold.
like,
The
and-
valuations go up, and as the valuations go up, because it's all comparable, that's what the property is worth. It's valued at that. Now, it's not fair market value, because that's not what we're looking at.
Right.
We're just looking at valuations.
Well.
And
so-
$116 a square foot is a very reasonable valuation. So,
Okay. I thank you for your time.
yeah. Gentlemen, do you guys have anything else to add?
I don't, you can't.
You know, going off subject, but people have to be aware that you need to look at your homeowner's insurance to make sure that you're gonna be covered for this increase in price of your homes.
Yep.
Because
Yeah.
you won't be able to replace your property for $116
You
a
won't
square
even be
foot.
close.
You won't even get close. So contact your insurance agent, make sure your backside's covered.
Okay. Thank you for your advice. Appreciate it.
It's like your auto insurance, you know, there's a lot of $100,000 cars out there all of a sudden.
And if one of them hits
So-
me, I'll be.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I guess before you leave, Mr. Mays, I have a question, because we have no valuation
So
recommendation
my
or
recommendation would be
determination.
to leave it, or for you guys to decide on a value based off of the averages. I didn't make a recommendation to you. So leave it.
Had I not protested this, where would we have been? I mean, she's saying she doesn't have a valuation. I got a number on the card saying this was the value. I don't know what you're
It's
talking
the
about.
155.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a recommendation for a change.
I would say we leave it there.
Okay.
Okay,
I
then.
misunderstood.
we will leave this assessed value for R000998 at 155,638. Gentlemen, is that correct?
Yeah, sure.
And so I think the correct language too is that the landowner's petition would be denied in this circumstance.
Okay. Okay, then with the correct,
All right.
the landowner's petition has been denied. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Mays.
Alan.
Yep, thank you, guys.
All right, the 230 has been drawn, which is right at 230 right now. So we will wait till we get to 250. Recess. we will jump into the next hearing. We have Mr. Clark. Come on down. So, just to give you a brief overview here, we're not talking about land use, we're not talking about anything else. This is just specifically talking about valuations of property and what you have, that you don't agree with the assessor as far as their comps and their valuation. So with that, I'll let you start the process and then we'll turn it over to the assessor.
Okay.
Okay?
Well, this parcel, it's about an acre and it's on the river. And it's part of an agricultural lease to Kim. And the main irrigation ditch that comes out of the river goes through the property. And it's all in the floodplain and there's no vehicle access to it. So, I mean, it's part of the agricultural lease that we have.
Okay. So, I understand that, but what are you, so are you saying that I'm sorry?
Yeah. Yes.
The classification, so what should it be classified at in your opinion?
Agriculture.
Okay.
It's part of the same prop, we own the property across the road. And the irrigation goes through that 1 acre across the road to the rest of our property. I've got some pictures if you'd like to
Okay.
see them.
Not at this point in time,
Okay.
we don't need it. So if you're done, I'll turn it over to the assessor.
We probably should look at the pictures though, because those are relevant. Exhibits
Okay.
are relevant for these hearings and,
Got 'em,
okay.
Do we
Great.
have them all?
There was 3, sir, is that correct?
What's that?
3 pictures?
There's 2 pages of pictures.
It's on the packet that he mailed in, Travis, not our packet.
I don't know if I had all the pictures the first
Bear
time.
with me, I've got to go back to the other file.
Okay.
Does Elmo work?
No,
Oh, never mind.
he's on welfare. Just sits up here
I'm not
plugged in.
sure they're all with
Like
the
getting
information I
ready.
sent before, and because they said to bring it.
We'll have to find out, sir.
Okay. That's a lease,
There we go.
that's part of them.
Mind if you get your mic? Or you can use this one if you want to explain anything.
Well, I was just showing the property
Okay.
with the cows. And if you have any questions, she takes care of the property, so. But I do have an additional one that shows the ditch going through the property.
So that's all the property across the road.
Yeah. That's an extra copy, so.
What's the
So-
address, Leslie, and I'll pull it up on my map.
It doesn't have an address, but I have a map on mine.
Okay.
So these pictures that we're looking at with the cows on it, is that the property we're talking about?
It's right across the road, but it's part of the same lease.
But it's a different property?
It is, that's correct.
Are there ever cattle on the property in question?
I don't know.
No, you can't get cattle on it. It's that irrigation so the head gate, the ditch comes off, right off the river. And it's horrible floodplain, like even if you shut your head gate down, the ditch that comes off the river is probably, I don't know, 2 foot, 3 foot deep. And if the river's high, it will, oh, sorry. I'll just yell at y'all. So the head gate or the ditch comes right off the river, and those are in the pictures that he gave you. So there would be really honestly no safe way to have cows in there. If the river comes up, I mean, you're in a world of hurt. And then if the river's low, you have cows, there's nothing out there.
So
So,
then
It's
what,
completely
are you growing a
Yeah.
crop? What are you growing?
No, but the irrigation ditch that supplies the water for all of our property goes through there. And I gave him pictures of that.
Right, which are these?
correct,
Yes.
yes.
Okay. So the classification, to classify it as ag, you either have to be farming it or ranching it, And if we're not farming it, we're not producing a crop, and if we're not ranching it, there are no cattle or anything on there that are grazing on it. I guess I'll let you explain that, because we're talking about classification. So you think it should be an agricultural classification?
Well, plus
And what are we putting at now as vacant land? So,
the valuation went from $500 to $51,000. And that's, but I can't use it, I can't build on it, I can't do anything with it. I don't know how 51,000 makes any sense at all.
okay, well, when we turn it over to her, she'll give you how they came up with the comps and how they got their valuation.
I mean, if it comes down to it, you could put a hot fence up and run the risk of, loss of agriculture, putting cattle on it. Have you walked it? Have you been down in there? Yeah. It's not very usable terrain, like at all.
So I'll just start with my whole thing.
Okay,
So the property use, in the assessor's opinion, is vacant land. The site address is TBD Highway 145, Dolores, Colorado. Parcel number 507-9-363-00001. Account number R018599. Land area is 1.02 acres. There's no improvements. Original value, $51,480. Assessor's adjusted value is the same. Taxpayer's estimated value is $750. The vacant parcel is located just past mile marker 25 up the Dolores River. The property is 1.02 is a 1.02 acre parcel, and the reason for the protest is the owner feels that the property should be agriculturally classified. Mr. Clark does receive the classification on the property across the highway and down a bit from this property. We do have an ag lease that states for grazing on the West Fork properties, which is across the highway. These properties are located across the highway. We did a field inspection to confirm that there is not adequate fencing to be grazing cattle, and there are no cattle on the 1.2 acre parcel at the time of inspection on 7/24/23. And then we did some pictures also of the fences that are down. I mean, that looks to be like they would be a 3-strand fence, but they're down. The fencing is not up on the fence posts. The property across the street, if you want to pull up the map, Travis.
Get to your picture.
So the property with the subdivided property, I guess would be how to look at it the best. That's where the lease is for, right there. The subject property is down the road a little to the next yellow marker. So it's not even contiguous to the other property
It is part of
to
the lease.
receive, but you have to be using it. My job is to evaluate the property as it's being
So
used.
can I ask how you came up with $50,000 when I can't do anything with it?
It's just the per acre value of the land up the river.
Compared, do you have
Just,
comparable?
I didn't bring comparables because we were talking about classification, not value.
So if we put up a fence and put cows on it, then you'll change that back?
In 2 years, yes.
Okay.
So does it make?
so where's the 1 acre, I'm just, sorry.
So the 1 acre parcel
Is that right there?
Down here.
Yeah,
It's like
the little-
Bar Ditch drops off into
But,
the river.
I mean, we have to have that, that is part of the lease, and we have to have that for the irrigation ditch, which is part of the agricultural use.
But my job is to classify land as it's being used. And it's not
It
being
is
used.
being used.
It's not being used agriculturally. There's no
Well,
crops and there's no.
We're running our.
So,
irrigation
so here's the deal. I think it's best to just have each side say its piece. This doesn't need to be an argument back and forth. Guys, for purposes of an agricultural classification, this is not a property that's being used as a farm or a ranch. There's no agriculture that's happening. I mean, there's no farming that's being done to it. No livestock are currently being grazed on it. And so, that's really what you have to look at this point.
Okay, you can finish, or are you done?
I'm done.
Okay.
So can I ask a question? Is that okay? So is it based upon just because it's up the river, up the river is a hot spot, this is not usable land, does that make a difference?
No, I
It's,
can't build on
The
it.
vacant parcel next to him is valued at the same, and it's
Okay.
the same type of,
okay,
until it hits the market, like we previously stated, and you show me that it can't be sold, then we can talk, but.
Okay.
How do I
That's where
prove-
we're at, so it's up to the.
Okay, I just don't know how it's valued.
Questions, gentlemen?
Can I have?
You bet.
Does anybody up here, are you farmers or ranchers?
We
Anybody?
have probably one of the largest cattle owners sitting right next
I
to the
mean,
left of me that
I
we
mean,
have, so.
Don't you, I mean, wouldn't you consider that agriculture when you're, when you have,
When you put a fence around it and you start using it,
but I'm using
that's
it.
agriculture. Just because a ditch is running across a piece of property doesn't make it in agriculture. It does not make it that,
Yeah.
okay?
Make it
It doesn't.
agriculture.
I'm just being honest
Well,
with you.
I'm just
It's a
asking.
vacant
I mean,
land.
I've got,
It's
Yeah,
I got
basically
ditches that
vacant
run
land.
Yeah,
across
I
people's
honestly thought
property and they haven't had anything on them in years. So that
And
doesn't make
they're
it
not-
ag.
And they're not zoned agriculture?
They're not going anything. Weeds.
It's basically vacant land at that
Vacant
point in
land.
time, because like I said, that's why I
If
asked
you-
the question.
If you put
I
the
said,
fence
"What are
back
you
around
farming
it
on
and start using it
Nothing.
for a couple of years,
Okay.
she'll change it
Not running
back.
cows on
Okay,
it,
that's what we'll
nothing.
do.
It can only be categorized as vacant land.
Sure.
And vacant land, you have to go by the comparables that are within the proximity of where you're at. So you couldn't use it a comparable up the river compared to County Road G at mile marker 1. I mean, there's a significant difference, just like you said. So
Yeah.
the categorization of vacant land is correct, because there was no agricultural application being done to this piece of property.
And if you guys do decide to put the fence up and graze the cattle, we would need to be notified when the cattle are there to do the inspection.
Guess that's what we'll have to do. Is that it?
So, well, I mean, yeah, I guess I'll look at
I mean,
the rest of the board, because this is as a determination of the category, and because there is no farming happening, and because there is no grazing happening, it's vacant land.
would it be possible for me to request seeing what the comparables were, to come up with the 50,000?
I didn't come prepared for valuation, I came prepared for classification.
I mean, at this point, the petition was for
Classification.
a change in classification,
Well,
not,
that isn't, not technically that it was, we were contesting the value.
I'm not sure you want to do that, because I would almost tell you up the DRV, a 1 acre lot is going to be a lot more than $50,000. I'm not sure, I'm just cautioning you on that,
Okay.
that you
Well,
might,
we'll just,
you might want to rethink that before you
okay,
ask for that.
that's fine, that's fine. Okay.
Okay, so then I guess from this board, we agree with the recommendation that it will stay as a vacant land. Is that correct, gentlemen?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, guys. All right, we have 7 minutes. All right, being at 1:10, we will start this hearing with Mr. Garth Nelson and Stephanie. So again, just a little overview. We're not talking about land use. We're not talking about anything else other than the valuation or determination of what your property is valued at. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and give you the opportunity to start, and then we'll give it to the assessor from there.
All right, perfect. Thanks for your time. My name's Garth Nelson, 1116 Edith Street. San Juan Park is the subdivision. So just to get started, this is just a lesson in civics, but this process is all completely new to me, and trying to understand the evaluation process is actually quite nebulous and difficult to understand for just a general person. And the protest and the appeal probably aren't the best documentation to provide at this time, so I've provided Mr. Anderson with a spreadsheet with further analysis of properties in the neighborhood, and to go over the valuation of those properties and some of the inconsistencies and things associated with that data. Now, this would be much easier with the tabular data form, but the form off the county website, the data off the county GIS website will provide sufficient data for this comparison. So this is just a description of each property that sold within the valuation period for my neighborhood, for San Juan Park. Just goes through property by property, but the spreadsheet will be of more use to us, where we can actually get into the analysis of those valuations and some of the issues with that data. So if we pull up the spreadsheet. If you go on the bottom tabs there to valuation, that'd be where we want to start. So this contains a list of what I could gather, clicking property by property and looking at the sale dates and sale prices and valuations of the properties in San Juan Park, which during the inspection, I didn't understand the valuation process, but it was explained to me that the valuation process is based on those properties in your same neighborhood. And if there's not a direct comparable, then the average price per square foot is used, and then there's no information sent onto what properties were used or weren't used, and how those valuations would change based on different aspects of the homes or properties as well. So in general, we want to look at column F and G. Column F here is the valuation of properties per square foot based on the improvement only for those 11 properties in my neighborhood that sold during the valuation period. In yellow there would be the average of that number, $186.41 per square foot. Now, if we need to look at a couple specific houses in my neighborhood that sold during the valuation period to where these numbers become incorrect and there's a little bit lack of due diligence on these homes that have affected the valuation. And specifically, those would be 1509 Navajo and 1510 Navajo, which are very similar houses with very similar square footages. Not to mine, because I understand there's probably no direct comparables in sales to my home during the evaluation period, so that's why we're using these averages of those sale prices. So both these houses were labeled, and we could go back to the pictures if you want to, but they're reported as 981 square foot for 1509 Navajo and 920 square feet for 1510 Navajo. Both of these houses are split level homes. And if you go to the information for 1509, if someone wants to pull up the GIS website, there's actually a sketch of the home that shows both levels of those houses, of that house in particular, that actually shows and is labeled finished basement even to that split level house. So that would actually bring that square footage to around 1,900 square feet. And the same thing for 1510, even though it lacks the sketch, still sold in the valuation period, instead of 920 square feet, should bring that up to 1,802 square feet roughly. That's just my rough estimate based on that split level home being slightly smaller in the basement than on top because of some cantilevers, and you can pull up the pictures on the county website to see those. Those are really the two statistical those are the really two making that big difference, because as you see, without that change, 1509 Navajo would have been valued at $258.58 a square foot. With the added square feet, it should have been more like 133. 1510 Navajo, $273 a square foot, down to $139 a square foot. And that drastically reduces that average square foot to $162.83, which is still below what mine was. There at the very bottom there, in green, 1,381 square foot based on that average. Should come down to $224.86 a square foot. In the photo documentation, let me grab that real quick. On my property, the most recent valuation after the inspection would be $232,629. So this changes those quite a bit just based on this data alone. And I think that's pretty clear that that average would be reduced. If you look at all the other valuations for these homes that recently sold, the calls on assessed value versus purchase price, they kind of vary quite drastically with no rhyme or reason. I'm sure there might be some documentation. Some of them are really close, but some of them are drastically different. I think a really good one to point out for the difference in valuation, what should be a drastic difference in valuation, would be 1405 Cochita Street, down there towards the bottom of the list. Brand new construction, sold for $308,000. The improvements were only valued at $250,000, which is less than what my 1990s house was valued at, because the original value was $261,000, and $177 per square foot for brand new construction versus a house built in the 1990s. So you see that valuation can definitely be changed. We could look at other things here, but obviously time's probably not going to allow us that, to look at how valuation should be changed based on commission for sellers' commissions and things like that, that really actually the market wants us to believe that that's the value of the house, but you're really paying someone to sell your house. That's not the value of the property. So if you take anywhere 6 to 8% and reduce each value of those property, you could further reduce that value per square foot on the next tab there on commission. That average would easily go down to $148.50 a square foot for my neighborhood, which is, again, is quite less than the valuation. The other thing we're all up against in this time, and this, and with this valuation period, the commissioner, the assessor's doing the best they can, and with their valuation period being set, I understand. But it was a time of historic low for interest rates, and that drastically increased the purchase power of new property buyers. Anywhere from each % less that they had to pay in interest gave them another $10,000 in purchase power over the life of a mortgage. I know it can't really be substance here. I think there's enough evidence in the valuation of those other properties here to make a good case, but I just want to bring it up just because I can. And spent a lot of time getting this information together between protest and appeal and this as well, having to click property by property and put all the data together. And that should be it for me. And let the assessor see which properties we were valued against and go from there.
Okay, all right. Ms. Buggs.
So property use is residential, situs address 1116 North Edith Street, Cortez, parcel number 5611-243-06001, account number R008013. Land area is 0.215 acres, and that is located on a corner lot. Improvement size of home is 1,381 square feet, 420 square foot attached garage with a 166 square feet of covered porch with roof, front and back total. Original value that went out on the notice of value was $261,603. Assessor adjusted value is $253,679. Taxpayers' estimate of value at the time of protest, I'm not quite sure if that changed, is $199,000. Recommended CBOE value is $254,226 based off of the comparables. Subject property is located in the San Juan Park subdivision north of Main Street near the hospital. After the field inspection of the property, for the property and the CBOE, the assessor's office corrected the siding and heating to arrive at the assessor's adjusted value of $253,679. San Juan Park subdivision had 12 qualified cells during the data collection period. 3 of those cells were used to do the comparable cells analysis of the property. All cells used were within the same block of the subject. So my comparable cells were 1510 Navajo, 1502 Navajo, and 1409 of Mesa Verde Street. Sale price of the 1510 Navajo was $272,000. After doing the comparable analysis, taking our comp, comparing it to the subject, making it basically the subject as close as we could possible, that adjusted the sale price to $265,572. The next one was 502 Navajo Street, sale price $259. All of the adjustments you can see, which also includes the basement that Mr. Nelson brought up. We did count that in as part of our adjustments. We arrived at $234,431, and then comp 3, 1409 Mesa Street, sale price $235. All of the adjustments, value came to $254,226. Just took the median sell price on this one, and that's where I came up with the $254,226. Any questions?
What's the cost per square footage on this one? No, am I just not seeing it?
I did not do a cost per square foot on the comps. He is currently at $168.45 a square foot with the assessor's adjusted value of $253,679.
Okay. So why is there a deduct for electric baseboard heat, and why is there a deduct for a garage attached? Why?
It's, when we went to Mr. Nelson's house, he had taken out his electrical heating, and he only uses a wall heater now. So electric baseboard heat is a deduction on the comparables versus the subject. And the square footage, we have to reduce the comparables to meet the subject, because the square footage of the garage is larger than the subject.
Okay.
So we have to bring all of the comparables as close to the subject as possible.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
So Leslie, I have a question.
Okay.
So looking at like 1510 Navajo Street, that home was calculated based on a 920 square foot living area.
Mm-hmm.
But what about that basement area? Does that not go into that calculation?
It's down here on the bottom, the basement area, 864 square feet of basement. In our system, basement area is calculated at a different living per square foot price than a single-story house. It's valued completely separate, depending on if it is a finished basement or just a basement. And these all are finished basements, what we consider. There's no other way to put in a split-level house. You have to use it as a basement area.
So
So
that
these are considered full finished basements.
So that basement actually takes $68,000 off the,
Comparable.
To use it as a comparable.
Because he
the
doesn't have
house
a
that-
basement, so we have
He
to
doesn't have a
deduct.
basement.
So we have to deduct the $68,000 because Mr. Nelson doesn't have a basement.
I understand.
Does that make
yes.
sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Did that? Oh, that's okay. You can walk up there.
Do you want a copy? Here. he can use mine. You can look at mine right now.
So in other words, this gives out a bigger lot. In other words, for tax purposes, if you've got a finished basement, you're golden.
Yeah.
Because then you count, the two-story house. It can be the exact same thing.
And what we have to also look at is not what the value is currently, we have to look at the sale price. That's where we have to start from all of this, is the actual sale price,
Correct.
not our current value in the
And
system.
these are the sale prices that you have, these three from the list.
Mhm.
That was the most current for your comps.
Yes.
Right. And you gave the deduct for the electric wastewater heat, the 164 square foot basement, total adjusted.
The only thing that never adjusts on these comp sheets is bedrooms. Bedrooms don't adjust value
Yep.
at all.
Okay.
There's no adjustment at all. You can have 10 bedrooms and it doesn't matter. It's just considered living space.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, do you have any other questions after?
Yeah, let's talk about 1409 Mesa Verde Street, also a split-level home, which was given no deduction for, you know, if 1510 Navajo Street gets the deduction for a basement, 1409 Mesa Verde Street, also a split-level, there'd be part of that square footage that would also be deduced as a basement under the same
Split
standard.
level is not categorized as a basement.
They're both split levels.
The,
I mean, the architecture, so 1510 Navajo Street is one of those houses where you walk in on the landing and you either have to go up or down. You know,
Split level,
split level.
yep.
The other house is very similar. You may walk into the living room, but the only way to get to the rest of the house is to go up or down.
Tri-level.
Yep, tri-level. But why, I mean, logic doesn't dictate very well that one of those is considered a basement and one of those is not, when the entire space is still open to both houses. Seems a kind of technicality to where either you've got to take the deduction off of 1510 Navajo Street or add the deduction to 1409 Mesa Verde Street to make them more equal.
I can
But given
only-
the 12 different other properties in the neighborhood and the sheer amount of data that's available for this, I mean, the data is fairly clear.
Go ahead, Leslie, I'm sorry.
The reason there was no adjustment for the split-level house on 1409 is because it was in the account as a one-story house. I can't adjust that house in the records to make it compliable with his subject. I left it as is, black and white. I didn't change anything to make anything come to his comparables. It does not state in our system that that has a basement in it. It could. I have not.
Well, a split level is not a basement. I get that you have 4 feet of it in the ground and the other 4 feet are out. That's specifically a split level.
Yeah, that both of them have more than sufficient ingress and egress. If you looked at the code, you know, 1510 Navajo Street, if you look at the pictures, has egress windows in it, so
Sure.
that wouldn't be, I mean, fully considered livable space, which would change that valuation per square foot quite a bit if you added that back in.
So what are you saying, your valuation in your mind from what the research you've done, pull that screen back up. I think you said 100 and,
So the improvement based on the comparables, if you use all 11 I had, I think there's one sale that I didn't have value on because that property has restricted access for some reason. So it would
It's a
be,
private account. You can't, no one can access it from the public.
yeah, so it's 224,868 for the improvement alone without the property.
so you're saying your valuation is 162? Or, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 162.83 per square foot.
Okay.
we have to give a whole account value, not just a improvement value.
Right, but I guess what
Yeah.
I'm looking at is I'm comparing, obviously, we're using comps in the neighborhood, and you're using comps from tri-level, split level to single-family ranch-style homes.
But
which is what
they're all
you're
in the
doing.
neighborhood. They're all in San Juan Park.
I understand that, but you actually have different homes with different categorizations of square footage, is what I'm seeing here, correct? So if you look at the average, your average of the assessed value is 186.
That's his.
The,
Spreadsheet.
Oh, I'm
no,
sorry.
162.83, sorry. I didn't adjust that value in that bottom row for just my property. So look at the green box. So it'd be 224 plus the property, not trying to go up, the land value, $21,050.
Okay, and Leslie, you said you didn't have a square foot value on yours?
No, I just have his current square foot at his current value is 168. If you went with the assessor's adjusted value of 253,679, his per square foot price is 168.
So we're off a few dollars? From 168 to 162? So we are off $6.
No, we're off. My valuation would be, yeah, $6, but you add that up per square foot, it goes down from 252,000 to 245,918. Which is a reasonable approach. I mean, I could go back to what I value the house and, you know, what a fair market decides, and the fair market is, if
Fair
I went
market-
and bought the house today,
Yeah, we're not talking
wouldn't-
about fair market. These
Exactly.
are just valuations, which the valuations are gonna be
Yeah,
typically
but-
lower than any of the fair
Yep,
market
but per
values.
$6 per square foot, that adds up, and to this economy and a single income family, it matters.
So go back to your recommendation. Leslie, you were at the 252, correct?
So when I adjusted his value, it was 253,679. After I did my comp sheet, my indicated value is 254,226 based off of the comparables. You guys can go with keeping the value, changing it to his, or doing the recommendation to the CBOE.
So what did you value the garage at?
Can I get that sheet back? His garage, it's in just in the total, it was I don't have just the garage valued. We just
Broad overview
Just-
of
added on to the house.
we didn't break it down into,
So there's actually more value there.
Well,
no.
no, it's added into the square footage right here. He's got a
Okay.
420 square foot garage in his total value. And based off of the comparables, depending on what size the garage was either an addition or a deletion, or a subtraction
Gotcha,
to the comparables.
okay.
So does 1409 Mesa Verde have an increase or decrease for the detached garage?
A decrease. I subtracted $4,500 from the sale price because
As
this
a-
garage is bigger than yours.
528 square feet compared to 420 square
420.
feet, 100 square feet difference, basically 80 square feet. So there's a deduct.
So if you need my total valuation estimate at this time, it'd be $245,918.
So let me ask you the difference. What's the difference in taxes that we're gonna pay for
Basically
two,
$10,000.
for not even $10,000?
Yeah, 9.
I mean, it's really, I see where you're getting, what you're saying, but I'm looking at this in a real simplistic terms. I agree with it, I agree with what she has done
I
here,
don't know what his mill levy is.
but at the end of the day, what's the difference of that $9,000? Is probably not even $5, $10, is it?
The last one brought it down, that $10,000 actually brought it down, almost $75 a year. So this one will probably bring it down at least another $50 or $60 a year. And that may not seem,
I just,
I mean, we could do, let's grab it real quick and do the math. I mean, so,
I
So,
don't,
that's okay.
so
You're
right now it's $976.36 would be that tax assessment. This additional decrease, so the original increase right here, well, let's pull it up since I have it. So 706 for this year. Valuation bill, right here, so the valuation, but that one doesn't have the taxes. And of course, I don't have the new taxes because it got deleted from the system, we'll get it off this one. No, that's just the valuation without the estimate tax. So that original estimate taxes is no longer available, and I didn't print it off because of the new valuation.
your current taxes for, 22 based off of the 253,679 is $706.
Yep. And then 2023, bring it up to $976.36.
That's the difference. I mean, we're talking $5,300. So, gentlemen, we have a decision to make here. We can go with the recommendation of the, to the board of $254,226 based on the information that has been provided for us. What's your pleasure?
Set that 250 and go on.
Split the difference? Split the difference at 250?
Yep.
So split the difference would be 5,308. Okay,
Recommend we set the assessed valuation at $251,572.
Second.
all right. We will adjust this one to 251 from 254.
Could you give me that total, please?
251,572. Okay, thank you for your time, sir.
Take your time.
We are now, oh yeah, we're right, we're okay.
Thanks.
You're welcome, thank you.
Okay. Being that we are behind schedule now. Mr. Gill.
Significant amount of time spent here, please consider my invoice for the time I had to spend on it.
You know, if he spent that money and he took all the time from work, that's not very good management.
All want copies of everything, don't you?
No,
Up to you, Mr. Gill.
I'll take it if you want to give it. I think I already have it though.
Probably try to make it quick and easy for you to get back on stage.
All right.
Thank you, Dexter.
Okay, I will go ahead, Mr. Gill, and give you the opportunity to speak first. Again, we're not talking about land use. We're not talking about anything other than valuations today of property, and this is your time to plead your case as to why there might have been something missed or reassigned that is not logical or that you don't agree with. So with that, I'll give you the opportunity, and then we'll turn it over to the assessor.
Well, it kind of combines a little bit of both of them, but mine is actually very simple because, number one, I met with the gentleman over here with the evaluation, and personally, there's not much you can do with arguing about their approach because they're stuck by statute. It's all of what the rules are, and so my really complaint more is with the dadgum statutes than with what they've done, because what I've seen in them is very professional, and I think they do a good job at it and work real hard at it. And like I say, they came out and visited with me and discussed it. And the issue comes down to the use of comparables, and that's really what it bounces to. We started clear back, and as I mentioned to you before, back in really '05 was the beginning, and our assessments have, with the current one, has increased my so-called value to about over 355% of my true value. The way I value it is, what is a value on a piece of property is different with every individual. Their purpose of what they are going to use the property for, and their interest in it for whatever reasons. And to be able to use somebody else's property as an example of what your value is totally out of line. It's impossible to do and be consistent with everybody else. So right now, this particular assessment comes out to a 52% increase over last year, last assessment. And that is based on comparables, as I understand it from the meeting. And how do you argue with, because you're looking at what you use has been described to me as your square footage, your roof, your siding, and whether you have an attached garage or don't. And there you go. And the other amenities, what is inside, why would somebody pay, as my neighbor did, twice the price for the same size as a house on that, actually less property? So we look at the values, and I I have a hard time with it. So the correction needs to be to give, I think you need to give our county officials the opportunity to do their own reasonable assessment on real property, not on comparables with somebody else. That has, unless somebody starts that ball rolling, Denver doesn't know squat what to do. And coming up with ideas about how we assess properties and tax, these are the county's taxes, kept in the county, for the county, they're not state property. And we're confined with, our whole economy is changing with the people buying the property for different purposes. I bought the property and built on it myself for the purpose of having a place that I can sell a little bit of hay and continue the agricultural community and raise some of my own food and survive for the last few years I got. And that was my purpose. My neighbor's purpose is a realtor from Hawaii. And they have a different purpose. And the majority of them are it seems, like two neighbors, high-priced places, which affects down the road for who's buying what, for what purpose. It's for retail and flipping houses and raising the price on everybody. That's what we're seeing. And so I'd like to see it drop down. I looked at what has happened over the time. The inflation rate took me from my original valuation of $851,000, $8,500 for my residence when it started out, and ending up today at $370,939. Just over in 18 years. And the average inflation rate throughout the country, and I used 2005 because of that's when my first one tax bill was assessed. And from that to current, 22, the average inflation rate is 2.48%. And if we use those, my current assessment would be less than half of what the current assessment is. Not anything to do with the assessors, but due to the system. And then that's what's taken place. So, yeah, it'd be nice for if I could get my assessment back down to what it should be. It would be, what did I say here, moving it up to the 2007 value, which was early on. They made some changes, which is actually 100% change in my valuation for whatever reason I never knew. But jumping up above that, they valued it at $163,550. And if I used the actual inflation rate throughout the years, today my assessment would be $228,446, not the $350 that's assessed at. And the average inflation rate is what we should be using in current dollars. To go above that, the system is inflating the values. It would appear to be for the tax purposes, to tax you for a higher inflated dollar. It is actually making your dollar in your house worth less in the process. So, yeah, if I had my choice, I would have it $228,446 would be appropriate rate. But that said, that probably isn't going to happen, but I would like it. But I would like to see the county commissioners take the stand to start with working with CCI and the state, getting all the counties to straighten out the system. We can sit down here and argue about $5 and $1,000 or whatever, and it's gonna be, next year it's gonna be the same or worse. And they need to stop the thing and correct it and get things where the counties can operate, and that's what it's all about, is the county's operating funds. What we want to see happen in the county, and as residents of the county, we want to fund what needs to be done in our county. This is where it comes from. And the state telling us, we gotta do it, no, forget it. We need to straighten it out. And that's really what I'd like to see happen out of this, is the county commission to put I'd like, ideally, a stop, and as I think I stay in here, declare an emergency, an economic emergency in the state, or in the county, and go to CCI and have all the counties work together to put in some legislation to turn the property tax evaluation system around to the counties with a system that works within each county. And the 3%, I said 2.48, which is the average, 3% would be the cap on any evaluation until such legislation is done. That's what I'd be requesting.
Okay,
From there.
all right. Zane?
All right, I'm just gonna dive into the salient facts. Try not to run over too long. Mr. Gill's property is residential ag. It sits on 9.78 acres flood irrigated land. Account number is 13465. The assessor's value was $375,996. I adjusted that during the initial protest period for a clerical error, which we had a different kind of siding on, and so I fixed that, and it came to $361.26. Let me try that again. $361,026. Taxpayers' estimate on the first one was the $245.49. You heard him today at the $228. My recommended value to the CBOE is going to stay at the $361. Quick property description. The subject property is located off of Road 22 in our County North rural econ area. It's about 1.5 miles northwest of Narragansett Reservoir in Lewis, Colorado. The home is a 2004 stick-built with 2,160 square feet frame siding, 2 bedrooms, 2 baths. The residence is valued at $158 a square foot. The 9-acre flood irrigated value on the parcel is about $5,027. Based off of the sales collected in the revaluation period for Montezuma County, the assessor's office mass appraisal value of $361,026 is under market value. I'm recommending that the assessor's value remains in place for account R13465. The comps I used were all within a about 3.5 miles radius. Comp 1, same year built. Pretty much the only changes I made on all of these were on the land. There was negative because of the I had to move it all to the flood irrigated, and they're all in residential. Year built, there was no change on that one. Living area, changed it 41,000. The detached garage we value at right around 12,744. So I added all those up. The the two-story went to a one-story, which is more expensive because you factor in concrete and all that stuff. So I added that, came out with from the 320,000 sale price to the 416,532, and it was pretty much the same, right around the same year built on the second comp. It was stucco, so I had to make some adjustments on that. And then our third comp was a 1991 home. It was on 17 acres for 525, but I had to adjust those 17 acres, which gave me the biggest deduction on sale price off of these comps, and it was at 359,000. And so my indicated value off these comps was the 382,637. But after talking with Mr. Gill and walking the property, I find it necessary to just recommend our current value that that we're at the 361.26, based off of the assessor's value that we sent out.
So you're reducing it by $21,000 basically?
No, I just, yeah, well,
From
that was
the-
my initial adjustment from 375 to 361,
Okay.
when I discovered our clerical error. So, yeah, so the 361.26 is what I'm recommending.
So you've lived there 20 years.
Basically.
What's the qualifications for senior exemption?
I get that.
You
You
did
should
that?
get that.
Okay.
Yes.
If it wasn't that, I'd be in bad trouble.
What is that?
Okay.
That kicks in at 65 or
65.
something?
You have to be 65 or older and live at your property, live and own the property for 10 years.
Oh.
As of January 1st of the year you apply for it.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And then it's 200, it's half off of the first $200,000 of the value, actual value. So if your house is $200,000, that's it right now.
So this would take, okay,
It takes
different
$100,000
subject
off.
basically,
Yeah.
but,
It just takes 100, but on an ag situation, it only takes it off of the actual residence, not the rentee. It's just
correct.
added to residence.
Because the value of the land, if you're going by this, you're only valuing the land 10 acres basically at $5,000? That's pretty low. So, all right, gentlemen, we have a recommendation.
I don't. I don't see anywhere to go with this, Dexter, but I don't disagree with what you said.
And I don't disagree with what they've come up with.
I think that the system, here's what the problem is we've all seen these prices. Like you just said, your neighbor paid twice the price, which affects all of our comps. And then is all we have nothing to determine anything by other than using the comps. They've adjusted everything, and as bad as I hate to say it, just like you said, we agree with their numbers too, so.
And I mean, I just got up on my soapbox up in Silverton the other day about stability and assessments and taxes and valuations. The state keeps meddling in it, and we're here all the time trying to figure out budgeting for next year. We have no stability in the system. And yours makes as much sense as anything I've heard. It's a lot better than what those guys up there are talking, you know.
Well, they keep, you're obviously aware, they keep raising valuations, reducing rates, giving the exemptions. Well, pretty quick, we don't have anything to operate or function with. And then where do we go? So, gentlemen, we have a recommendation. Where do you want to go?
Say we leave it as pros.
I think we have to for what these other properties are all selling for. I don't think you have much choice.
All right, well then, it is the determination of the board to stay with the 361,026.
you.
All right, thank you, sir.
I would hope that you can take it seriously, get with CCI and get
We-
something straightened out.
We will. I think there will be a lot of counties when we start back up in October. This has been on a lot of people's minds, and I think it's gonna be a big discussion when we start back in January.
That's the sole reason why I appealed this one,
Okay?
to be able to bring it out. They just need to do something now, because it's only gonna get worse.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Dexter.
it. All right, next up, and we are at our time to start, so we can just keep going. We have Timothy Paul and Catherine Irene. All right, ma'am. We will give you the opportunity to start first, and then we will give the assessor time to show us how they came up with the numbers. Again, we're not talking about land use. We're not talking about anything else in the county other than just the valuation of property.
Right.
Okay? All right.
So, I guess I was just trying to look through the comparables and try to find based off of what was said and using the database provided by the county. And the comparables I found, especially the one closest to my house, is right across the road. I have a bigger lot and a bigger house, but not by much. And its evaluation is severely lower than mine. And so I was just trying to make sense. And I think, my valuation is like, for a single-family home, it jumped 56%. I don't think I could sell it for the valuation that's given it in fair market value, even though you're saying today everything's valued significantly lower than fair market value. The Z estimate certainly doesn't agree with that, which is just, a layman's tool. But the closest comp I could come with was a Reitman.com home, and even it is valued at a little bit less than my home. So that's basically all I have. It's just a single-family home. It's not a air bed and breakfast. It's not Mesa Verde Motel. It's not a commercial home. And it's got a big dry lot that is more than double all the valuations of all the comparables at half the size. So that's about it.
Okay.
Ms. McGinnis, did you send over those comparables that you're using?
Yes.
Okay.
They should be on with her. Yeah, right there. That's her home,
That's my home.
and then below it, yeah, there you go.
And that's right across the street, and it's pretty close in comparison. And except the smaller lot. And then I assume more people are familiar with the Reitman home than I am. And it sold for $675, and it's valued at $534, which is less than mine. And it makes money. Mine doesn't. It just costs money.
Okay.
All right, if you're done, I'll go ahead and give my side of the. All right, quick brief summary of salient facts. Property is residential use, situs area is 749 Riverside Avenue, Mancos, Colorado. Account number 5294. Land area is 0.63 acres. The assessor's value went out at $617,590. The taxpayer's estimate of value I got back was $500,000. I'm gonna recommend to the CBOE, based off of my comp workup, I'm gonna just recommend that the value stays as is, as we sent it out on the notice of values. The subject property is located on Riverside Avenue within the town of Mancos Econ area, about 1/10 of a mile from the Mancos River in Mancos, Colorado. The home is a 1999 modular home. It is 1,640 square foot frame siding home with a 1,764 square foot finished basement and a 600 square foot attached garage. There are 4 bedrooms, 4 baths. The property's residence is valued at right around $259 a square foot. The .63 acre lot is valued in Mancos, where she's at, is by a square foot price of $5.84 a square foot. Based on our sales collected during the '23 revaluation process, the mass appraisal value that we came up with was the $617,590. It's right directly in line with the market value, and I'm recommending that it stays at the $617,590. Just some current sales history on it. The current owner bought the subject property in July of 2018 for $320,000. So comps, the biggest thing with the comps was the land. She does have a bigger lot, like she stated. And then the basement. The basement was another big adjustment that I had. So I had to add the basement to all of my comps because none of them had it. And one was a 2-story, the one across the street from her, so I had to bump that square footage down to a 1-story. There's a addition there. So that sales price came from $480,000 to $626,000. Same with on 852 West Grand Avenue. The land is the big one, especially in Mancos, in town of Mancos. Once you get over half an acre, it's you're looking at $160,000 to $180,000 for a lot. So that was the big jump on that. They all had the same heat type. Had to make some adjustments on the vinyl siding, cement fiber. So there were some substantial adjustments that I had to make. So the indicated value was right where her assessor's value was, and the indicated value, I just used the median again, and that's $626,013. So that's Mancos in a nutshell. Sells. That's one of our highest sales in the county for price-wise, and that's what the comps gave me, and that's kind of where I'm at. So I'll leave it to you guys.
Okay. Do you have anything else?
So I live in a mansion that looks like a double wide. And I'm being taxed for a mansion while living in what people think is a double wide. And I'm supposed to be able to sell that for $620,000? Because I live within 1/10 of a mile of the river, but all I smell is the sewer. And so it kind of makes it hard. I don't think it will sell for $620, let alone something more.
So we're not talking about
I understand that the
sales
comps are about
market,
sales.
but we're using it right.
Right, and you've stated almost every time to everybody that your fair market value is going to be much higher than your tax valuation. Can you say that this time?
It typically is, yes.
So you think I can get more than $620?
I'm not gonna say what you can or you can't get. You can only do that if you get an appraisal, you put it on the market and see what you can sell it for. I can't.
I know, but you've stated to multiple people
The
today that,
valuations are typically much lower than fair market value,
yeah. So this
always,
is atypical.
so.
It's typical for maintenance, for sure.
The only way to determine that is if you decided to put it on the market.
Right.
I can't.
Not a single-family home in Mancus Township has sold for over $500,000. This comp across the road tried for $595. It sat there and sat there and sat there and finally sold for $480. It's just not a fair evaluation just because I have twice the lot and it's being taxed for a higher rate than double that lot. It's just, I mean, it is what it is, but gotta try, right?
Well, the lot size adds a lot of value to your property.
The biggest addition was the square footage. That's what hurt her the most, is the amount of square footage that she had to.
So you have 17 top and bottom?
Yes.
So you have 3,600 square feet, something like that? That's a big,
So
1764?
can that be compared to the Reitman?
3,528 square feet?
Sure. The Reitman home says it has significantly more square feet. It's got the same lot size. And it's a historical home, and it brings in money.
So did you have you have a 259 value, Zane, square foot? And
Yeah,
$584
$259 a square foot.
for the land, 584 per square foot for the land.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Questions, gentlemen?
You know, 600 square foot garage, bigger, buildings, two-story, Ask Gerald.
Comments or question, Commissioner? Okay. All right.
These
well, we
values
have
are so
a-
crazy.
What's that?
I just said all these values are so crazy. Just changed so much. That's what's put the shock to so many people.
Mhm. Yep. But here again, we're going by what the market is producing, not what,
Yeah.
and again, like I said, I couldn't tell you what your house would sell for or not sell for. But
Well, but just based on the valuation, why is it more valuable than a historical home? That's an air bed and breakfast.
I'll let them answer that. I can't answer that question as far as what
I'd
you're
have to
using
look at what.
for a
I'm-
comp.
I didn't come with that one, so
I
I'll have
submitted
to,
it though.
I'll have to look at the specifics on that. I don't know, it might be the year built. And then, yeah, I came with my comps.
So do you have that back up, Travis? Pull that one back up.
Which one, sir?
You said what'd you say, the Airbnb?
Yeah, it's 209 Bower Avenue.
I'm gonna say it's probably based on square footage too. Is that bigger or smaller?
It's bigger,
Is it bigger?
yeah.
Two or none? There it is. This is our house.
There you go. There's a mansion for you, less value than mine.
Price of 95, 675. How many square feet? Let's see.
6190? That's the same thing you see.
Yeah.
What's the year built on this property?
A long time ago.
That's gonna be a big difference too. I mean, square footage might be close, but year built is, we're gonna take that into consideration.
And does
You
it have
see the
a,
price they sold it for?
does it
Bought
have a
for?
basement?
I imagine, I don't know. You see how much they sold it for? And how much so they raised my taxes by paying that much for it, and yet they get to pay what I pay, and yet they get to collect an income on it.
This is all residential also, right?
Yeah, bed and breakfasts aren't considered commercial. but-
Commercial, it's all residential. So it's taxed at the same rate.
Yeah.
Okay. Gentlemen, what's your, we have a recommendation, and so this property sold in '21 for $675. That was market value, in 2 years ago. Correct?
That's just what the sale price was on.
That's what the sale price was then.
So that sale price was included in the data collection period to do the evaluation for maybe the area that she's in.
And it's assessed this year at 534.
So it raised my property value.
Yeah, I'd like to point that out as well. This isn't our subject, so we don't know if this was valued at $250,000 the year before, or not. I mean, when you do comps, you go off of sales price, not assessor's value because of that reason. There's no, I'm fairly certain because I revaled it, that pretty much everybody in the town of Mancos went from 45,000 to 60, or 45% to 62% increase in value, depending where you're at on which side of the highway. So if, you know, looking at the assessor's value compared to the sales price, we can't do that because we don't know what the previous, I'm fairly certain theirs was increased.
Value,
We're not
right.
picking on anybody, it's just, it's the town of Mancos wide that happens. So that's something to consider as well.
Okay. All right, guys, we have a decision to make. We have a recommendation. Travis, if we go back to the front of that, please. Through the analysis of the comps, you're recommending the 617,590, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's based off of what the assessor's value went off of, what we sent the notice of value on. The comps were a little higher, but I just went with the assessor's value that we sent.
So I do have one question again, and I didn't realize that Mancos was valued at cost per square foot
Not everyone, just
for land.
the town of, if you're north of the highway, some of those are by unit price. But when they did these subdivisions, before I worked here, that it was, they did some of these by price per square foot. And that's where she was at on those.
Gotcha. Okay, gentlemen.
I can't, Gerald, you got any ideas? I can't find one.
So that Bower House, that Bower House that we were looking at, that house has been there for
It's really not.
100 years.
Not a good comp compared to that, to this.
But all these places that make us have gone up so much because of all the people coming over from Durango buying
Durango.
places up. It's just crazy, so. I think we should just stick with the recommended value. Those,
I do too. I can't find any leeway.
for what
Okay.
all those others sold for, market values listed as, why.
But I just want to point out that across the road, how much less, just right across the road, same size, newer house, that it doesn't have a basement. My basement makes my house more valuable.
You gotta take into account, concrete and everything like that, but that, yeah, basements, finished basements especially make homes more valuable.
It's more square footage. You're basically doubled your square footage. You're over 3,500 square feet.
Oh, I understand.
So a lot of it has obviously by square foot. So, okay, it is the recommendation of the board to leave the value at 617,590. All right, thank you. Okay, 410, Robert and Lavana, did I say that right? Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Lavona Hanson. And I'm Robert Hanson. This is my husband, Robert.
Okay.
From Asher.
All right, we will give you the opportunity to speak first, present any information that you have for us, and then we will turn it back over to the assessor
I just
for your
want to,
property.
yes, I just want to thank Leslie for doing a good job of doing this, and I wanted you guys to know that. This is also a little informational for my son too, that he knows kind of how to do these things as he gets older, so. But there was one thing that I just have a quick question on, and I know you guys can answer it right away. This property is 307 North Dolores Road, and she did a good job of doing that. I guess my question is on it. Let me get over here to my information. There was another property over there close by, and it's a .59 acres, and it was evaluated at, the land was assessed at 19,200. Is it because they already have improvements on that? Is that why it would be lower than the 19,500 that mine is on? Is that a
So I
possibility?
think your question is the category of vacant land compared to something that has something on it? Is that correct?
Is that what it is?
Well, no, your value's 19,200 also.
Oh, my apologies. I wrote down 19.5. I was driving when you called.
No,
Oh,
the
okay.
value is the 19,200.
Okay. Perfect with that. I apologize. I thought I went in to look at that and I thought it was 19.5.
No, there are two
My
properties.
error. So I guess, I'm fine with that. I was just curious why that would be. There's just seems to be so much diversity in everything that's going with all the values. And I know it's probably hard to keep up with, but I do want to give her credit for doing what she did.
Thank you.
And for taking a look at it, because for a long time it had been the same, as you could see, and in the report that I turned in. But in comparison to the 1.41 acres that's up the road on Arbacam, I believe. Is it Arbacam? Apache. That's what it is.
Oh, by the church.
A vacant land, 1.41, 2350 Apache Street was what I compared it to at the 1.41 acres. And it's now valued at 24,860. So it just seems like there's a lot of that, and I didn't understand it. I don't understand it for sure, and so I came for some more
Information.
information.
You bet. So
Help
we're
me
gonna-
out always.
We're gonna let her give you the information that she has for vacant land or vacant piece of property.
Well, I actually printed out a list of sales for you. So the ones in red are the exact neighborhood that you are in. And then the ones in this dark red are the ones that have the same value as your property.
Okay.
So you can take a look at those.
Thank you.
Same land code, everything, and that.
Okay, and so is there a different land code for something, for,
We have over.
I know.
Yeah, and it's based on, so when we get vacant land values, we go off of what they sold for, and it could be when the subdivision first started in 1992, right? And then we don't have any sales, so we have to base it off those values. So you'll get some of the similar acreage that are different than yours that could be across the street. And as that happens, so a new subdivision gets put in, and those half-acre lots are going for $100,000 apiece. That subdivision land, vacant land, or residential land will be valued more than your subdivision. So that we have thousands of those across the county, where even in county rural, where it's price per acre compared to Mancus, that's price per square foot, a lot of places. So it just depends, the age of the subdivision, all of that goes into vacant land prices. Some subdivisions are in subdivider discount, so they'll have, throughout the whole subdivision, you'll have 3 different values depending on what phase they're at and all that. So that's where the differences is when you're looking up just the road and you see something that's bigger that is less value or higher value.
So I'm just gonna, I think for purposes of this hearing, let's just, I understand why, and I appreciate what you're doing, I just.
So basically, I don't think you're disputing anything at this point in time. I think it was
no,
just more of an education, which
Yes.
I would recommend you can get with the assessor and go from there.
Sure.
But the valuation that's recommended to the COB at this point in time is 19,200.
Okay.
So, okay?
Okay, very good, thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
We have accepted the 19-2. All right. Now we're on time.
Yeah, good thing there's an easy one every now and then.
Okay, next we have a William Parrott. And it is 4:30 on the money, and we're gonna go ahead and, we can jump right into this. So again, I'm gonna ask you to reach over and turn off that mic so that it doesn't squelch, please. And I'll give you the opportunity, pull that up to your mouth so that everybody can hear you.
Okay, is that good?
And you can present.
So I looked at my assessment increase over the past 2 years from 267,670 to 304,142, which is about a 13% increase. I'm trying to figure out what, I guess I want to see your math. That runs counter to most housing trends right now as far as prices are concerned. I did pull, one thing that you do find out is that you would think that statistics that are based on sales would be pretty straightforward, but you get a lot of different opinions on what's going on in the housing market. I pulled the Association of Realtors update from June for Montezuma County, which showed year over year. And of course, if you're looking at median sales price or average sales price, you get different figures. Median over the course of the year, June to June, was down 4.2%, according to Association of Realtors. Average price sales were down 8.2%. Overall, Colorado, the statewide report from the same group, showed less of a price decrease. If you look at median sales prices, and this is Colorado overall, it's down 1.1. Average sales prices year over year were fundamentally unchanged. What I'm asking is that, based on those metrics, to leave the assessment unchanged. If you were really going by the metrics, the assessments would go down, because you don't have a great housing market right now, unless you're talking about cash buyers. You've got housing starts on the decline, interest rates going up, and here I've got a 13% increase, over $300,000 on a house that has axles underneath it. I never thought in my life I'd see a $300,000 double wide. So that's what I got.
Okay. All right. Now I will give it to Zane.
Yes, sir.
And he can give you the comparable so you can actually see his math as he requested.
All right, I'll just go through the salient facts real quick, and then I will get to my comps, and then I'll hit on a few other points. So property use is residential, situs address is 18876 Road 27 in Dolores. Account number is R2582. Land area is about 3 acres. The assessor's 2023 value that went out on the notices was $304,142. Taxpayers' estimation of value is $267,670. The subject property is located on Road 27 in the Wingspread subdivision within the Dolores Rural Econ area, half a mile from the McPhee Reservoir in Dolores, Colorado. The home is a 2003 Purge double wide, 1,452 square foot lap siding home with a 576 square foot detached garage. 3-bedroom, 2-bath. The property's residence is valued at $159 a square foot. Each lot and wing spread is valued based on a unit price at $56,250. Based off the sales collected during the 2023 revaluation, which is January 1st of 2021 to June 30th of 2022. The assessor's office mass appraisal value of $304,142 is directly in line with the market value, and I'm recommending that the subject's value remain as the assessor's value of $304,142 for account 2582. The current owner of the subject property purchased the property November 9th, 2020 for $248,000. The residence was manufactured in 2003 and purged in the same year. So comps that I got were all purged mobiles throughout the county. And they were within 3-mile square radius of the of each other. So like comp 1 is a 1995 purge double wide and it sold for $310,000 December 8th of 21. So right there you're looking at almost $100,000 added value. Comp 2 is substantially almost 400 square foot smaller, 2017 double wide, and based on the qualities and conditions of that one, it was a decrease because of the what the qualities and conditions of that mobile home were, and then was about the same, $251,000. The big increase on that one was the year built, and the acreage was about the same. The only big acreage was on comp 2, and with the indicated median was 311,000. I'm just sticking with our 304,142 off of this one, and based off of our sales verifications that we do, purge mobiles they're selling like stick-built homes, as long as they haven't moved all over the county. You're looking at $150 to $230 a square foot on purge mobiles. And I comparative to the rest of the county, I don't think 13% increase from the 267 to the 304 is that extreme on that end. But that's and actually with the new assessment rate, just to bring taxes into it, I usually try not to do that, but 2022's taxes were $1,275, and with the assessment rate going to the 6.759, it'll be at $1,204. So where he's at with his mill levy, his taxes, presumably that the mill levies don't change too much, his taxes will stay right around the same. So that's I know that's, we're here for value, but taxes get brought up, and
Okay.
just with the drop in the assessment rate, I feel that the value comes in with the market.
Okay, did that answer your question on the math of how we arrived at?
So you said the tax went down?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So the state of Colorado is is reducing the assessment rate from, it was 6.95 last year.
Right.
And now it's 6.785 or 95, I believe, 85. So your taxes went down, and that's based off of last year's mill levy, which can change stuff as well. But unless something drastic changes, your taxes will be right around that $1,200 mark.
And I think that's something else. I know we're talking about valuations, but just so you understand, because the valuations went up and the rates went down, understand that there's a difference there.
And can I-
So this is a market value of comparables, and the comparables show that this is what the valuation of the property should be.
And this is the analysis period runs from, did you say January 2021 to June
Yes.
22?
Yes, sir, that's what I was just gonna hit on.
So, I mean, so what I'm hearing is there is the elasticity between your analysis and current market conditions
Yes, and so you're.
really kind of throws the game.
And you're kind of, you're going into the next data collection period, which I agree with you. I'm seeing some slowing down and some maybe not so much for the sky, but we're kind of in a downtrend. So the next reval for 25 will pick up those sales, and that'll be that value for those, because we have to work in the rears, so we get a fair market value for, we bring all those sales up, and that's our data collection period. And then once that's there, then we adjust accordingly. But to do mass appraisal like that, we need we do the 18 months, and then we have 6 months to revalue the county. And then as of January 1st, 2023, that was your value based on those sales. So we're always working in the rears off of the sales data, the way we're collecting it. So just as a little, just a little knowledge bomb on that one. That's how it's been done. So we're always in the rears, just like taxes. You pay your taxes next year for 23. So it'll
Right.
be just.
Right. So I'm looking at current market, so we're talking apples and oranges.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes.
So one last question, not to be combative, but if in the next period valuations decline because of market drivers,
Yes, sir.
historically, have you guys ever dropped assessment levels?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good to
Yeah,
know.
we're audited by the state of Colorado, and if we don't come in compliance with our sales ratios, when I do it, and she sends off the numbers, if I'm not in compliance, the state comes in and takes over our office and moves it up or down, whichever way it needs to go. We can't sit back there and turn the dial and
Right.
just to do it. We're held under a microscope on what we do and how
Okay.
we do it, so.
In 2008, when it crashed and all the sales dropped like crazy, well, it took a year or two after that before people saw their assessment go down because they're always working in the rear. So we were still up. And then when that did drop, it dropped people's assessment a lot.
Oh, yeah. I sold a
But
house in that
it was a
period.
year or two later, it was in
Lost 6
2009,
figures.
2010, it went the other way.
And like Jim and I were just talking, and this, with the assessment rate being cut down, if we hit that valley in 2 years that's already there, and now our rate's down here, we're gonna take a really good size hit at the county as far as income coming in here.
Right.
So, gentlemen, we have a recommendation today in front of us to the CBOE. Travis, if you'll put that back, but I think it was a 311,000.
No, it's, my recommended is just what our value went out as the 304,142.
304,142.
Yes, sir.
So,
I agree.
Yeah, just leave
okay,
it
we
there.
will leave the 304,142 value as recommended to the CBOE. Thank you.
All right.
Any other questions, sir?
Nope, guess I'll see you in 2 years.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for that.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
All right. Actually,
And
we got a couple minute recess.
Yeah. Got 5 minutes. Having fun yet?
All right, being at 4:50, we do have one left for the day, Michael and Jennifer Nolan. Come on up. We'll give you the opportunity to present your case or facts that you have, and then we will then turn it over to the assessor.
I put together a document for the board, so I don't know if
You can approach.
Yeah.
Sure.
I didn't know how formal.
Not really.
No, that's good. That's
We
good.
just looked the part. you
So
know.
I'm just assuming you saved the best for last, right?
There you go.
And before I get started, let me just say, I mean no disrespect to anybody.
I'm a new resident to Montezuma County. We are just finished, actually, this month, finishing our home on 35995 Road J6. And it moves into the document. When I originally received our notice of assessment, the amount was well over $600,000. It was $615,000 or so. But let me kind of back up a little bit. When I got the assessment, I put in the appeal. I didn't hear anything for probably 3 weeks, so I called the assessor's office to find out where things were in the appeal. I was told that, well, thanks for calling because we're getting ready to send out the notices. The information I had was to make sure that the county had all of the accurate information related to my property. Come to find out, the county did not have any information accurate regarding my property. The only accurate item was the acreage, 10.01 acres. Everything else related to my property was inaccurate. So with the assessor on the phone, we were able to send out, I guess, an assessor, somebody to, not appraise, but come verify the home itself. And they did that. I sent them a plan of the home that had all of the square footage and layout and the whole 9 yards. I received, a day or so later, I checked the information. Again, it was still wrong. So I called the assessors again. So we played phone tag for a while, back and forth, trying to get the information accurate. So once I received the second assessment that lowered the value of the home to 550, or I don't want to say home, it's property, to 550,000, I checked the information again, and guess what? It's still wrong. So I bulleted all of the times and interactions I had with the assessor's office about trying to get accurate information into the system so we can get an accurate assessment. And at every turn, it was continued to be wrong, even so much as the letters that are coming out of the assessor's office had incorrect dates, had misinformation, and even today, the last bullet, if you go look at my property online in the system, it says it is 2,500 square foot. The way they say they got that number is from a satellite, they measured the roof of the home, and that comes out to 2,500 square foot. However, if you look at the plans, that is incorrect. The plans, total footage of home, including garage, deck, the whole 9 yards was 3,188, not 2,500. And I only highlight this not to kick anybody, not to poke anybody, because I know we're all human and I know we make mistakes, but this data that we're having problems with affects my property taxes that I pay every single year. And I would like to start off with it being accurate. And keep in mind that this is a new construction. So the second area, the notice I received had the property value at 616. It changed to 550. I was told, because I was trying to explain to the assessor's office that the house is not even complete. I was told that didn't matter, that all they look at is I guess the potential value of the home. But if I stopped building on June 30th of 2022, I would have not gotten $550,000 for my home. It was not worth $550,000 on that date that is going to be assessed. If you broke down the home versus the property, in 21, my land was, I purchased it for $50,000 even. It went up the next year to, I think, 63, or the second year to 63, or it might have went up and then went back down. But between 21 and 22, the land all of a sudden went from $63,000 to $99,000 or $97,000. Had a 50% increase from 21 to 22. Now that it's grouped with a home that is, as far as I'm concerned, it is being over-assessed at $515,000, or it's actually $450,000 plus the 97 makes $550,000. So here I am with a home I didn't even live in between January and June. Didn't even live in it. It was unlivable. But then on June 30th, because I said I moved in on July 15th, all of a sudden I get applied a tax all year long, all 12 months, and I get it applied as though the home is 100% finished. And again, I was told, it doesn't matter. That's just the way we do it. So I'm sitting here thinking, well, my gosh, that just doesn't seem fair. It doesn't seem fair to the citizenry of Montezuma County. So I pulled up the tax law. It's quite extensive, 932 pages long in the statute related to property taxes. One of the things I skipped earlier was I asked the county assessor what methodology they use to actually come up and assess the value of the home. The methodology, I was told, is a mass appraisal. I today asked, well, how many geographic locations do you have within your mass appraisal? Do you do the entire county of Montezuma? Do you do Cortez or Mancos or Cedar Mesa Ranches that I'm in? Is that a geographic location? And I haven't received a response. But when I look at the law, and I'm not an attorney, I'm not a tax lawyer, I don't know anything about this stuff other than what I read, right? So I pulled up the law and I couldn't read 932 pages, so I did a search. And I did a search for mass appraisal. Zero response. There is no words in the law that talks about a mass appraisal. I looked up assessor, and there's probably 30 or 40 different times assessors are referred to. I looked up actual value, as the website actually says, actual value. And actual value in the law, over 100 times. All throughout the entire 932 pages, it says the citizenry will be taxed on actual value of property, right? To me, I know what actual value means. It doesn't mean mass appraisal. Mass appraisal does not equal actual value. I looked and researched online for 2 days trying to find any article, anything that said mass appraisal equals actual value. And the best I could get is not necessarily, right? It's not necessarily the same. So I thought, okay. So I would like to engage further into finding out exactly what this methodology, this model that we're using and how it's broken up and how it's used. But when I go back to actual value, over 100 times in the law, I have to guess the legislature's intended to use actual value, not a mass appraisal value, right? Now that might be acceptable. It might be used all over the state of Colorado or any other state that has this to do. I get it. But for me, Michael Noland and my wife Jennifer, we have a certain amount of income that we are can dispose of, and I'm trying to make sure that I pay what I'm supposed to pay, not what I potentially should pay or what some other property owner I'm being mixed with to pay. Because mass appraisal, and I was told by the assessor's office, the mass appraisal's purpose is to push down the tax and spread it across equitably, right? So down and out. That reminds me of California, because that's how California operates. They try to tend to tax everybody across the board, so that not one or the rich are paying more taxes, right? So it doesn't say get the actual value, it says push it down and across the board equitably. So I needless to say, I'm disappointed in the process that I have encountered thus far. I will say that Leslie Bug, I don't know if she's here, I've not met her, but I've talked to her on the phone, has been good with me. I've had a couple of problems with some other folks, but Leslie's been great. We've been professional, we've debated this thing back and forth, and she's given me the information, and we're good to go. I'm not out here to kick anybody at all. But what I would like and really ask for you to do is not just accept that this is the way we do it. This is how it is. When you have somebody coming to you as part of your citizenry now, and I plan to spend the rest of my life here, please take a look at this. The law says actual value. So if you look at actual value on June 30th of 2022, I submit the value of my property was $365,000. And the reason I say that is because it had no outside siding, no stucco. It had plastic on the outside of it. That was my siding. I have a 785 square foot deck on the back of the house, had no floor. I have no cement around my entire home, not one piece of cement. I even tried to get an appraiser to come out and appraise it as complete. He said, no, it's not complete. You're not going to get the value out of it that you want, because I wanted to take a loan against it to finish it, and I was unsuccessful. Because why? The house was incomplete, and the appraisal would come out to the actual value, which was not what I wanted, right? I wanted more of the value so I can get a loan against it, and they weren't going to do that. That made sense. In their mind, it wasn't completed. I had to accept it, and the value was gonna appraise for what it would appraise if it sold that day. I'm assuming that's the intent of this law. On June 30th of 2022, what's the value? What is the actual value? And that's what I should be responsible for and related to my taxes. And I know I can go on, and Leslie knows I can go on, but I'm going to stop and entertain any questions or comments or anything you might have. Oh, sorry. And I attached these 3 properties just as an example of the Cedar Mesa ranches. These homes actually sold, actual value. And if you use these homes, you'll see that my home is not, my property is not worth $515,000. Completed, right? It would be completed, not uncompleted or incomplete.
All right, now we will turn it over to Leslie or Zane, whoever has this one.
First thing I want to point out about his comparable cells, those were out of the data collection period. We did not use those 3 cells in our data collection period from June 1st of 21, or January 1 of 21 to June 30 of 22.
Okay.
Property use is residential. Situs address is 35995 Road J.6 in Memphis, Colorado. Parcel number is 5607-272-05073. Account number is R007535. Land area is 10.01 acres. Improvement size, the main house is 1,812 square feet, 480 square foot of attached garage, and 896 square feet of covered wood deck. Original value, $616,964. Assessor's adjusted value for 23 is $556.25. The taxpayer's estimate value that I had is $300,000. The subject property is located in Cedar Mesa Ranches subdivision. Vacant lot was purchased in 2019. In 2022, a new construction letter was mailed to the owner requesting a site visit for the to pick up the new construction. There was no response to the letter. In January of 2023, the assessor's office added the standard best information available model to the account. The notice of value was mailed out with this BIA model added for taxes for 2023 tax year. The owner protested and requested a site visit. The assessor's office completed the site visit and corrected the square footage and other components, adjusting the value to the above adjusted value sent on the notice of determination. Cedar Mesa Ranches subdivision had 13 valid cells during the data collection period 3 of those cells were used to arrive at the indicated value as $657,893. So then I took the comparable cells during the data collection period. First comp was at 35505 Road K1. Cell price was $605,200. Cell date was 5/19 of 2022. There was an acreage adjustment. This parcel has 12.55 acres, so I had to reduce the cell price. Year built, that was a plus. Living area was a plus to the cell price. The heating type, same frame stucco. The difference, the subject has a 2-bath. This has a 2.5 bath, so we had to reduce on that. Detached garage, there was none. Attached garage, the comparable had a larger garage. No outbuildings, and the comparable had a smaller deck than the subject. At 35823 Road J.9, cell price was $596. Cell was on 6/15 of 22. Acreage was smaller than the subject. Year built was later. Square footage was a little larger. Air to air, so that was an addition. Bathrooms is the same, 2 bathroom. This house had a 624 square foot basement, so that was a deduction on the sale price. The attached garage was a little larger, so that was also a deduction. And the square footage price on the open slab porch was a addition. The 35742 Road J.9 Minkus, sale price was $550,000 on 1/19 of 22. Acreage was 9.01 acres. Built in 2012, 1,800 square feet, baseboard hot water heat, hardboard siding, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 570 square foot attached garage, 1,210 square feet of outbuilding, 400 square feet of wood deck. You can see the additions and deletions to that. So my indicated value, taking the median sell price, was $657,893. I've attached a comparable map. You guys can see that on the thing too. All of his comparables are within the subdivision. 0 Mesa Ranches.
Okay. Did that answer your questions as far as the comparables that she used and how she arrived at those?
And I can't see, I'm older and I don't have my glasses with me, but I can't see any of that information on the screen.
Okay.
But did I hear her last say that the assessed value today is $657? Did I hear that correctly?
That's what the indicated value after doing the comparables are.
Right.
So
You can
then
pull
why
that up.
is, which one?
The first one that shows the recommendation and the indicated value, $657,893.
Okay, so is that the final asserted number? Because this number's changed. It started at 616, then it went to 550. Am I now hearing it's back to 650 something?
So
That's what my recommendation.
so the
was after
recommendation,
the appraisal. They make the decision on what they're.
the recommendation to us is $657,893. And that's based on an 1,812 square foot house, 480 square foot attached garage with 896 square feet of covered wood deck.
And I don't think that's correct. The number 800 and some odd, that's, I believe, is an incorrect number.
The 800,
The 800 wood deck, it's
Uh-huh.
not 800, it's 789, I believe it is. I don't have my plans with me.
okay,
But again, that, I'm gonna jump right back onto incorrect data, right, that is being applied to something, and attempting to connect it. And I just would like a second to absorb that we went from $615,000 to $550,000, and now that I've appealed that number, it's going back to $650,000 as a recommendation from the SI. Is that correct?
well,
That's what I get?
I don't know what's transpired prior to this day or this
I can show you
hearing.
what's transpired.
I'm looking at the recommended value to us right now.
But I'm
So
telling
the-
you, sir,
Mhm.
that it began at $616,000.
Okay,
I appealed it. 30 days later, it came back to $550,000. And I appealed it again to this board, and because I'm doing that, it seems like it's now being recommended at $650,000, which is actually more than it started, and much more than when I appealed it. So I should have just kept my mouth shut.
well, actually, that actually can happen. So I'm looking at your square footage that you provided with us
Yes,
right now, and you provided us at 3,188 square feet,
total,
correct?
total.
So the value with the 1,812 square feet of living area,
Yes,
the 1,376 square feet of garage and deck. This is, I'm just using your
okay,
piece of paper.
okay.
So I'm taking those as correct data if you're saying that theirs was incorrect.
All right, so
And you're saying that your valuation, if you add those up, that your valuation should be 315,000 of actual value. Is that correct?
Excuse me? As of June 30th of 2022, and
Okay.
that's one
So
of the
was that
differences.
in the collection period
That is the last day of the data collection period. We collect the data.
for those
and
2
set the
years?
values for 2024.
Right.
And
So,
on June 30th of 22, my house was not completed,
I understand that.
okay?
I
didn't live in
understand.
it until June, July,
Mhm.
right? Okay.
I understand that. And then, so looking at the determination of the land, the house, everything that goes with it as it currently sat in June, not today, I would have to say $98 a square foot is way undervalued of where you're at. So I'm not quite sure how you got your numbers,
Well, when
but,
you walk, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but when you walk up to a home and it has no outside walls,
Mhm.
there's plastic all around it,
yeah, I understand.
okay, and there's
I
no
get it.
cement, and there's no wood deck on the back. There still is not a wood deck on the back.
Mhm.
And I sold it right then, that's how I justify it. I wouldn't purchase that home for $650,000 unfinished.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
So on this date of June 30th, your house is unfinished. It sounds like it's still
That's correct.
unfinished.
We're finishing it this month.
Okay.
Yes. I had the deck put on 2
So-
weeks ago. I had the cement done 2 weeks ago. It's being finished this month.
Right,
Yes.
okay.
So next year it'll be a whole different discussion. but-
Well, it's 2 years. The
Well-
data collection is gonna be 2 years, so every odd year in 25, it's gonna be collected at that point in time.
And I just keep going
So-
back to June 30th. June 30th of 22, that's what I keep being told, June 30th. And on June 30th, as I stand there, it's not worth 600, it's not worth 550,000, it's not worth, I believe it's worth 365,000 total for property and home at that time, on that date.
Correct.
Okay.
I get that. And I'm just doing a quick square footage calculation, and I would argue that point with you all day long. Because at $98 a square foot, I don't care if you had, if it was roughed in with just the plastic on the walls, as you state, it's worth more than $100 a square foot.
How much is it worth?
Well, that's to each beholder, correct?
That's
But
that's
if you
correct.
look at the cost value of just what you put into that, you have more cost into that than $98 a square foot.
But let me,
So the valuation of that property of what they're looking at, they're valuing it within that collection data period.
Right.
And they're saying, this, now, whether the 2,500 square feet is accurate, I understand that. But I'm just
Can I-
looking off of your numbers. So
Can I-
the
can I
total
ask-
square footage, yes, you may.
no, I'm sorry. Can I ask you, do you believe the value of the home was different on June 30th of 2022 because of not having stucco versus today, right? It does have stucco now, it does have a back deck, it does have cement. Could you not agree with me that those two values
Sure.
are different?
Yeah, there would be a
Okay.
difference in value,
Okay.
absolutely.
That's-
If it's
Thank you.
changed, then you're one step closer to finish it,
Absolutely.
there's a change.
Absolutely. And that's what I keep
So-
trying to get to, right? I've got
The
other.
data collection period is, go ahead.
The data collection period is the date that you keep saying, the June 30th, that's the last date of it. We
Right.
collected the data for the previous 18 months.
Right.
That data we collected is to set the values as of January 1st of 2023.
For a completed home, yes, I agree with you.
So your home on January 1st of 2023,
Was not completed.
in the assessor's eyes, we can put on a foundation and call it a residential property. That's all that's required in state statute, is a foundation to be a residential property.
Okay,
So you had more than a foundation, you had walls,
right,
you had all of that on January 1st.
right,
So we took the data collected from your neighborhood
right.
to compile the value of your property January 1st of
For
2023.
a completed home, that's correct. And the law, 932 pages worth, says actual value. It does not say or intimate projected value, possible value, imagined value. It's actual value. So I could agree with you absolutely 100%. We can debate over the actual value per square footage on January 3rd, because I agree with you. I think there's a difference between the actual value of June 3rd, 2022 and June 30th of 2023. There's a difference. I can estimate how much that difference is, but we could probably come to a number that in fact, yeah, that's the difference in value between then and now. But what I'm being told is that doesn't matter, right? And I'm concerned about that because
Sure.
it should matter.
So let me go back and ask one question then. So I'm looking at the assessed adjusted 23 value of the 550 is what you stated?
That is what I was told before I appealed
So-
it to here,
That
yes.
went out on the notice of determination after Jason went up, measured the house, got the plans from him, and we corrected the account. The 550, 625 went out on the notice of determination.
So to answer your
That's the
question,
appraisal.
to make sure that everything was accurate, that moved that valuation up.
It moved
So-
it down from the
Well-
first to the second, it moved down about 60.
Correct, and then you had the appeal. So the valuation went out at the 616, 617.
Originally.
You appealed it, and they did
Second
or
evaluation.
the evaluation of the 550. You appealed it. They went back out there, they looked at everything, they measured everything, and then they came back with a recommendation to the CBOE of the 657, 893.
And that is incorrect, sir.
We
Okay.
didn't go back out. What we then do
Thank you.
in all hearing
Okay.
situations is we have to then do an individual appraisal on each one of these properties.
Actual appraisal.
Because before, we have collected the data, we put it all in on, the mass appraisal situation.
Gotcha. That's where you got the
Now, this-
550.
The 550 was on the mass appraisal.
Mhm.
His indicated value is after using the comps, the cells, right in his neighborhood, giving him his value.
Okay, does that make sense to you?
Well, I understand what she's saying. It doesn't make sense to me, no. And again, all of that information is based on a completed home. So, I mean, with all due respect, the assessor can do whatever she wants to do to establish a value for a completed home. It is what it is. My home was not complete on June 30th of 2022. I didn't live in it for the first 5 or 6 months of the year. It still was not complete from July to December. It still was not, I was living in a home that had dirt and mud all around the outside of it. And I agree with you again, the value of the home, the actual value, which I should be responsible for June 30th of 2022, is the actual value for that day, not for today, once it's completed. There's even a space in the computer system for percentage of completeness. Man, I don't have anything to drink, my mouth's dry.
So what would you say your percentage of completion was on that day?
75%. It would be a guess.
He didn't receive, he paid 0 taxes in 22 on a house.
not even going to be paying taxes on a house until 23, payable in 24.
Correct, because it was just vacant land.
We didn't even have the house on in 22. So he hasn't even been assessed for his house until 2023.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand that. But I've been paying taxes on my lands,
On your land.
just like
Just-
everybody else.
Just the
And
land.
but I don't understand what that has to do with the price of tea in China. She seems to be getting a little upset. Thank you so much. And maybe we don't need to be upset while we're having these discussions.
When you keep being
We're-
interrupted and you're
so-
trying to make a point, it gets a little frustrating.
Who do I keep interrupting?
So
Let's keep it
let's,
straight.
let's bring it back. You guys are talking to us. We're the ones making the determination here. So, I will be the first one to tell you that I will 100% disagree with your valuation of the $315,000. That's not anywhere even close.
365,000.
With the proper,
Property and land was, what I guesstimated was 365. And
you
again-
said approximately 250 for the value of the land.
I'm sorry.
So you said 315.
I apologize. Yes, you're correct. You're correct. I'm sorry.
So just the value, I mean, if you're at 75% done and the actual value is at 657, your numbers are way off,
Well, see, and I don't agree with the 657 number at all.
okay?
It is a number that my home is not, I mean, with all due respect, my home's not worth $675,000. It's not. I made and built a simple, trimmed-down retirement home
Yep.
for us to live the rest of our life. We don't have fancy foo-foo anything. So
I-
it is not worth.
I get it, I'm just going by actual value. So if you're saying you have 3,188 square feet per your numbers,
Total, yeah.
okay? So what in your mind is actual value when you were at that point in time?
At the 75%, last June 30th
Yeah.
of 22.
Uh-huh.
Well, what I put there was 315,000. If you would like to have a discussion about what.
Well, I'm here just to make a determination of the value. I can just tell you that I disagree with you that $98 a square foot is not the value of that home.
Well, and if it, what was the square footage we were looking at, $125 a square foot? Was that 100?
The cost of land in a home right now on the low side is gonna be about $1.95. So if I just take a $200 figure
Yeah,
and take 3,188,
well, and that's not living space.
that's 637, that's 637 square, $637,000 just right off the top,
But
very
nobody-
quickly.
Nobody applies the number that you're referring to, the price per square footage, to the total space of the home. They apply it to the square footage of living space. So if you take your number, the $1.95 times 1812 would be more of a
But
consistent
then you
application of
also
those
have
numbers.
to then apply the land, you'd apply the square footage for the decks and the garage, those all add up.
Well, and what we've done is
So-
we've taken the price of sales, and if I would have known they needed to be before June 30th, we would have kept looking and found them before June 30th. But they take the price of the sale, and you divide it into the number of livable square footage. That's it. There is no other consideration done. The price of the home itself isn't taking into account the land.
Which is exactly what she did on the comparables. So if you want to pull that back up, Travis, that's exactly what she did with the
And can
comparables.
I walk over there and see it?
You,
Because I
absolutely.
can't
As a matter of fact, do you have a printed copy? We'll get you a printed copy. So she did that. First of all, she used the lot size, and she took a deduct for her comparables. You're at 10 acres, the first comp one was 12.55, so there was a deduct given for that.
Right.
The next one was 8, so there was a plus for that one. The next one was 9, so there was a plus for that one.
And just for the living area at 2277, there was an addition of 2,067, or?
Comp 1 was added 72,218. You're comparing 1,800, which is you,
Right.
compared to 2,200. So
Right.
they had an additional $72,000. That's why their comp, number one, is higher than where you're at, because the square footage is adjusted.
Okay.
Does that make sense? On comp two, it's closer, they're at 1918, so there's a deduct of almost $17,000 because of square footage. Then you go down to the heat system, the exterior walls, which they're all stucco, hardboard, has a deduct because of value there of 10,000. You go to the bedrooms 2, 3, 4, and 3.
And there's no deduct for the bedroom because?
There's no, bedrooms do not add or deduct value.
Correct, because of square footage to the home.
It's just included in the total square footage.
Right, and.
There's not a plus or minus.
Bathrooms do.
Baths do. So you have a 2-bath. The comp one has a 6682 because it has a half bath more to bring it down to a 2-bath, so the comparables are the same. 2, so they're 0, 0.
Can I ask you, I don't understand why, so I have 2 bedrooms, they have 2.5, or
Mhm.
bathrooms, I'm sorry.
Yep.
They have 2.5, so there was a deduction of 6,000
Off of the sale
off of
Correct.
their sale price?
Yes,
Okay,
to
okay,
equal
all right,
yours,
all right.
because they've got
Just wanted to make sure I
2.5, you've got 2.
Okay.
So they have to have a deduct to equal yours to be the same.
Okay.
Then you go down to the garage.
Well, actually, there was a basement on the comparable two.
Oh, I'm sorry. Comparable 2 has another deduct of 26.8 because of a 624 square foot basement. And then you have a wood deck of 896, which I think is comparable to what you say.
Yeah, a
Um,
little bit smaller.
Comp 1 is 585, comp 2 is 98, and comp 3 is 400. So there are adds to those.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
So when you get to the total adjusted, when you look at comp 1, 2, and 3, that's your valuation of the property. The 656,
657 and 562.
And then we
No.
just take the median.
Okay.
In our office, that's just our standard.
Right.
What we do.
so the indicated value is a 657,893. So
Based
those are,
off of
those are
sales
based
that
on the
happened
comps of the
from
sales of the
previous
value.
Well, and I would just confirm that those are the 3 that the assessor's office picked, and I'm sure I can go find 3 others to share, but I understand the data that's there, I do.
Okay. All right.
For completed homes, yes.
Mhm.
So that if this was today, I understand the data. But I'm being assessed at June 30th of 2022.
Nice try.
Understand.
Okay.
Okay. So do you want to bring back the recommendations? So, gentlemen, we have a decision to make. The recommended value is 657,893 based on the comps that we just went over. What's your pleasure, gentlemen?
I recommend we keep it at the recommended value.
I don't see how else we can with the comps being the same. I mean, they're all in the same area.
Okay. Then the decision of the board is to leave the value at the 657,893.
Even though it's not completed on June 30th of 2022.
Because we have to look at, yes, sir.
And 75% of that value would have been 492, because it was 75% finished, right? That's our discussion.
That's 75%.
It would
But
have been
So the hearing's done, the determination's been made.
Oh, sorry, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for your professionalism.
We need to close.
So I guess we have come to the end of our CBOE hearings for the day and the year, and we will,
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn this CBOE hearing for 2023. All those in favor?
Aye.